Пошло. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Так. Ну-ка, проверяем. Все ли на месте? Везде ли меня видно? Вроде бы да. Такс. Это раз. Это...
Knights and
Такс,
aristocrats share the
такс,
same
такс,
cultural
такс,
heritage,
такс.
but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
Господи, где это? Так. Закрываем это. Это тоже можно закрыть. Господи. Так, мультичек. Что там произошло? Авторский прав.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show.
Так,
Just smile and nod
и
along.
вроде бы все.
I was forced to learn all of the
Надеюсь, игра
rules by
меня не
heart,
прикрикивает.
but even I don't take
Кстати,
them
это
that
можно
seriously.
проверить. Сейчас быстренько глянем.
All just for show.
Так,
Just smile and nod
и
along.
вроде бы все.
I was forced to learn all of
Надеюсь,
the...
да, все, отличненько. Угу. Пум-пум-пум-пум-пум-пум. Ну, сейчас, чтобы я всех видел. Так. Все, готово. Ай, что ж. Надо чуть-чуть зума убрать. Сейчас. Чуть-чуть. Нет, наоборот. Вот так, наверное. Да, как-нибудь. Вот, да. Всем привет. Все. Мы тут. Я починил звук. Наконец-таки. Так. У нас добавился новый регион. Надо посмотреть, что это и с чем его едят. Но перед этим надо выполнить ежедневки. То они сами себе не выполняют, и стамину потратить заодно. А потом уже можно фигачить в новый регион. Такс, где? Эх. Надо сидеть. Опа. Так, все, телефон сюда. Опа. Такс. Ну, все готово. Опа. Так, во. Отлично. Такс. Ну, ё-моё. Отлично. Все-таки поймал. Так, дальше. Сначала начнем с того, что покороче. А потом уже те, где надо болтать. Не переворачивайся. Спасибо. Так. В этот раз я стримить на Рутубе не буду. А то он показал себя не с лучшей стороны, как и с точки зрения качества потока. Так и сервера у него что-то фиговенько работали. Потому что мне не очень хочется на него переходить. Хотя, может, если поправят. Или у меня так просто совпало с какими-нибудь тех работами в прошлый раз. Пока непонятно. Интересно, во время боя меня не перекрикивает ли музыка? Забавно, если все-таки да. Надо будет тогда немножко потише сделать игру. Так. Шея, блин, что-то болит. Зараза. Угу. Так. Продолжаем. И никуда пошел. Ну да. Ой, да опять этих хомяков гонять.
More speed.
Ну, теоретически. Ой, так. А я не помню, это там хомяков гоняем мы. Или нет? Надо что-то все-таки с этим придумать насчет постановки камеры. Ну, либо привыкать, что мне надо сюда смотреть постоянно. Чтоб я не это... Туда-сюда не бегал башкой. База. Полностью с тобой согласен, Дэн. Привет.
Happy to oblige. Yeah. By royal decree.
А я с помощью мультичата могу знать, где ты это пишешь, даже не заходя на сайт. Ха.
Wings of darkness. Come.
Order guide you.
Меня, кстати, игра не перекрикивает. Вот. По ощущениям,
I
да.
summon the shudder. Yeah. Ha. Sir. Ra. Yeah. Ha.
Это да. Такс, что там дальше? Сюда. Окей, ща. Так. Ну, допустим, так. Ща глянем.
Visibility is excellent. Shiver.
А так? Нормально?
Oz revealed.
Crumble.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
У меня подстава, у меня камера здесь, а чат вот здесь, на втором мониторе. Это неудобно немного, я путаюсь. Окей, все отлично. Мне надо привыкнуть, что надо смотреть на камеру. Причем не на себя на камере, а на камеру конкретно. Это тоже такая еще боль своеобразная. Такс. Можно, кстати, будет, если есть желание, поучаствовать в стримчанском, пойти в какой-нибудь орех или что-нибудь в этом духе вместе. Но тогда учитывай, что тебя тоже будет слышно. Ну и еще кто там с нами, если кто будет. В принципе, мне название поменять и игру буквально 5 секунд делов. Мне, кстати, интересно, есть ли отставание у... Ага, все, окей. Посмотрим. Ладно, отставания у чата нету. Я прям тебя буквально в этот же момент вижу, как ты пишешь. Окей. Удобно. Так. Да заканчивайте болтать. О! Ну да, это да. Мне сейчас на Твиче сразу же просто какой-то бот такой: «Привет, хочу предложить продвижение вашего канала». Господи. Ядрить. Это гэг какой-то. Я, кстати, а ну-ка. Как мне, допустим, мой канал на Твиче, да? Так. Ладно, я не читал, сколько там надо по рецепту, поэтому пусть как приготовят, так приготовят. Уже после начала трансляции на Твиче я могу отправлять ссылку конкретно на трансляцию Твича. Окей. Да господи, хватит готовить. Да не запомнил я. Давай так. А можно мне это гадство? Раньше такого не было. Достав шестеренку из печи. Ну ладно, давай клади поменьше топлива. Будем методом тыка. Снаружи, внутрь. Хорошо. О, нет. Ушко Джакушкера получилось. Чел, господи, сдайся уже, пожалуйста. Так. Ладно, дальше. Я, кстати, удивился, короче, этот мультичат — это функция Donation Alerts. И прикол в чем? Тут можно подключить только некоторые сайты. И среди них есть обычный ВК, помимо ВК-плея, и Одноклассники. Кто стримит через Одноклассники? У меня в этом вопрос. У меня мою культяпку видно? А, нет, у меня вот так, если я бы сделал, культяпку видно. Ну ладно. Типа... Так. Ну, еще и перепутать действия. Сразу. Так. Вот свет сейчас, не вырубайся. Не, ну то, что часть ВК-то да, просто именно что стримят, это для меня просто... Ну ладно, через телефон, да, там запускать какие-то трансляции, ладно, окей, но именно что через, ОБС и так далее, прям полноценные стримы, неожиданно. Так, хорошо, значит, второй вариант. Так. Пожалуйста, господи. Ну, это оперный театр. Ай. Нет! Даже тоже такое-то. Пожалуйста, быстрее. Ну. Ай, я ненавижу эту ежедневку уже. Так, я понял. Давайте. Как ее готовить? Так, во, как отлить шестеренку. Отлично. Прибавить огня и постучать изнутри наружу. Господи. Как я же это делал? Я же вроде все почти перебрал. Так. Или я это пропустил, пока болтал? Изнутри наружу. Я пропустил это, пока болтал. Явно. Господи. Ой. Так. Мгм. Когда телега подкатит к горе, дорога сама отыщется. Окей. Телега горит, дорога отыщется. Окей. А, это было... А, все, окей. Ладно, не надо было это запоминать. Ну, ладно.
Add ast. Thank you for complete. Add astro.
Мгм. Ну, давайте. Мгм. Мгм. Окей, новые рецептики. Ой, эх, ой. Может, чуть-чуть зоночка добавить или убрать? Да нет, вроде нормально должно быть. Ладно, пусть будет так. Так, пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Ну все получается, можно отправляться. Вот да, новый регион.
Good old caravan rebut. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the best. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to... Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right. Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool.
Теоретически это должно быть предпоследним регионом. Там же типа русские ж плохие, как всегда. Поэтому мы самые-самые финальные злодеи.
Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Так что это будет, скорее всего, года через... Ну, сколько тут уже? Ну, 3 региона осталось. Это где-то раз в полгода, год регион новый. Ну, где-то года 2. Плюс-минус. Так.
Ah,
Фонтейн.
look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious, but never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing to. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party, though now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Ой, господи, а теперь самое-самое странное расположение нового региона. Через море плывите, причем в очень странном месте. Я этого прикола так и не выкупил. Типа, ща. А, то есть меня телепортируют через пустыню сразу? Я согласен, абсолютно, она меня так бесит. Это просто ужас какой-то. Ай. Ну. То есть. Я понял. То есть мне даже ничего вообще. Окей. Я-то думал, мне сейчас пришлось бы телепортироваться до сюда и бежать еще. Охрененно, а зачем? Они... Так, это у нас точка телепортации, она уже активна, да? Да. Она уже активирована, окей. А нахрена меня было телепортировать сюда, если я мог дойти? Господи. Еще, скорее всего, там лута мне насыпали целую кучу. Ай, так, ладно. Ну, пойдем, бегаем. Так. Вот. Показалось. Да ё-моё. Ладно. Ну да, это полностью соединенная, типа, пещерка. В чем была суть ее не не позволять мне через нее проходить, а телепортировать. Ой, господи, как же мне сейчас так сделать удобно, чтобы я смог заодно и чекать карту. Ну, допустим. Такс. Так. Да мне не ежедневные кнопки нужны.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Во, интерактивная карта отлично. А то потом отмечать, бегать это все, не запаришь.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
Так. Она еще не хочет грузиться, зараза. Ну ладно. Да что вы все подлагиваете? Не подлагивайте, зараза. А вот все отлично. Так. Так, сокровища. Пум-пум-пум-пум-пум. Пум-пум. О, Господи. Так. Что-то они как-то... ну хотя, в принципе, и регион не сильно-то и здоровый. Плюс-минус как экономия размером. Ну ладно. И это отмечаю. Да отстаньте, я это знаю уже, господи. Угу. Угу. Вот, отлично. Можно чапать дальше. Такс. Все. Ладно. Да что ж такое-то?
Maybe it'll spring back to life.
Будет смешно, если я подзастыл летом-то в жару такую. Ай. Так, это я собрал один сундук, фею. И еще один сундук получается.
Gotcha.
Угу. Такс.
I will have order. Stabilize.
Угу.
Things are about to get dicey.
Higher, higher, pants on fire. See?
One man's stone
Ну
is
вот.
another man's gem.
Нормально. Почему нельзя было дать возможность сразу пройти, непонятно. Ой, такс. Хотя поверху теоретически еще что-то может быть, ну ладно. Так, быстренько это отметим сейчас. Сундук. Богатый сундук. И готово. Ага. Так, надо, получается, в этот порт. Стоять. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Где казах? Угу.
Rise!
Такс. Будем надеяться, долетим. Я забыл чат открыть, нет. Я вроде знаю, есть какая-то еще программа, которая вообще пофигу, из каких платформ брать чат. И она их объединяет всех. Но она платная и стоит в районе 800 рублей. Но она есть в Стиме, с другой стороны. Кстати, точно, попробовал вчера эту... Ай, господи. V-Pad, который этот, гейбовская... Господи, как ты их назвал? Как они там? Чиби, не чиби, господи. Тамагочи, во, я вспомнил, да, тамагочи. Не понял, в чем прикол, она у меня почему-то вообще не ползает по экрану. Только танцует под музыку и все. Удалил. Ну поставил русский язык, поставил еще какой-то мод и удалил, даже не посмотрев, что делает второй мод. Это великолепно. Давай, долети, давай. Yes. Так, чат. Да, тамагочи, да.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be
Ну,
fun
типа
game to
база, да.
port.
Не, я думал, что эта фишка будет из разряда, типа, ты запускаешь Steam, и в Steam можешь поставить, чтобы у тебя, пока работал Steam, бегала вот эта штука. Ну, если ты хочешь, можешь ее отключить там образно, да? И что она как-то там будет взаимодействовать с вкладками, разделами и чем-то таким. Но нифига, она типа, она даже просто с этими, с окнами не взаимодействует. Я понимаю, что это только-только начало, но, блин, можно было и подработать над этим. А еще этого...
Advanced and fun
Господи,
game.
что с ней там
I've
было-то?
heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual
Развитие промышленности
machines.
невероятным механизмом. Так.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is
Господи,
nice.
что-то хотел еще сказать. Да, почему не дизайн не Стима? Почему она выглядит как... совсем по-другому у нее. Желтые глаза и белые эти волосы. Сделать практически невозможно. В Windows вроде нет API для работы с окнами. Да? Жалко. Да, там, кстати, можно с ней болтать вроде, если подключить к ней чат GPT или еще что-то в этом духе. Она вроде там что-то даже разговаривать сможет. Я так и не разобрался, как API взять у чат GPT. И бесплатно ли это, или это платно. И я в итоге забил. Собственно, у меня сколько там, минут 15 я просидел. Погекал и все. Так, конкретная цель. Ну давайте Архонта, как обычно, изобьем.
Good idea. Nahida gave us lots of useful information. Speaking of the Seven is probably still our best source for information at
А
this point.
хотелось бы, чтобы было так возможно на самом-то деле. Так. Так, что брать,
The
нахрен
more we
будем
can
брать?
learn, the better.
Понял.
So,
Ну, в таком случае это тем более вариант не для меня.
will
Бессмысленно.
we get along? Nahida said that she has a very
Мне
unique
кажется, проще тогда с
personality.
какой-нибудь Алисой сидеть болтать, как это делает We Love Games или кто. По-моему, We Love Games, да. С колонкой, который сидит постоянно. Ай, так. Тем более она голос распознает, а чат GPT нет. Вот опять я не смотрю на тебя. Вот надо тебе в душу
To learn about
смотреть.
a nation's god, start with the nation's people.
А еще это
There seems to be
подключить
some
себе,
locals
как его,
walking over there. Let's go see if we can
Саундпад.
join the party.
Чтобы можно было этот брахкать или еще что-нибудь. Так. Выглядит, человек познакомиться с местными жителями, посмотреть, как их разговаривать, или...
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him.
Что
Clearly, he
NPC
was a pretty
разговаривает?
decent person.
Не бывает.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family.
Мне показалось. Ой, что-то у меня вода осталась. Не, надо будет сбегать еще за водой, ну ладно.
I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still,
Кого оплакиваем?
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Господи, так.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we
нет,
wanted to
если
ask,
говорили,
but
господи.
you see...
Play? Oh, no.
Нет.
We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial?
well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Угу. Прекрасно.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine
Господи,
created by
боже
the
мой.
Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Благодаря этой машине и Верховному судье ложные обвинения и несправедливый приговор больше в прошлом. Ага. Господи, боже мой. Так,
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's cute. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Никак, да?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera
Ладно.
House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and...
Угу. Свободные часы будут
Is
через
the
несколько
Hydro
лет.
Archon super busy taking care of
Ну,
official stuff?
100%, как иначе?
Wait, did I say
Ай,
that she's always at the
так.
Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason is...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Arch...
Это
Wait,
же действительно
Paimon
так.
gets now. The Hydro Archon is...
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I'm...
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House, but who knows how long making an appointment will take? Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Так. Мгм. Окей. Ай-яй, нога, ай-яй, ой-ой, ай-яй. Ау, ауч,
Hello
ауч,
there.
ауч, ауч, ауч.
Excuse
Ой.
me. Are you alright?
Huh?
Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be.
About many things, actually. But there's no. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
Ядрить голос
It
у
was
нее,
just
конечно.
atop that hill over there.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now it's been completely. He would skip and jump,
А,
tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone bright, but now the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Ah, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you.
Я буду долго
My name is
запоминать.
Paimon, and this is the traveler. We just arrived in Fun. We were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Угу. Так. База.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memory?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin?
Как гражданская война, еще какая-нибудь
Let's put
тема.
that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the
Коррумпированные
introductions earlier
чиновники,
not
давайте
count?
что-нибудь такое, как обычно.
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh,
Не пожимать руку.
well, Paimon's just
Блин.
happy to have a local
Не
friend.
пожимать руку
By the
карликам
way,
или что?
we were
Не
just
могу
getting ready
понять.
to go to the opera house. to meet
Почему
the
главному
restaurant.
герою руку была
Would you be able
пожата?
to show us the way?
Пожата. А, неважно. Всё.
So you're going to see Lady Farina?
У
No
меня
problem
мысли
at
уже
all.
путаются.
In fact,
ё-моё.
I was planning to
Так.
go to the opera house later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please follow me.
Там шипздик бежит какой-то. Где он был?
One with nature.
Да они убежали.
Yeah.
Отстала.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina...
Угу. Интересно, это музыка из трейлера или нет?
So, She's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Это что-нибудь из разряда «пусть едят пирожное», да?
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Welcome to the calm zone.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
Так она Фурина или Фокалос?
You may rejoice in
Пока
this.
Лорс. Господи боже, нет лучше Фурина.
Yeah.
Так.
Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into them. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her.
Oh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Дуэль.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Да? Я в итоге просто с обычным стражником буду драться, а не с ней.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Ага.
What are you trying to do, traveler?
Набесил, что
Provoking
ли?
a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend.
I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on. According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each
Прекрасно.
month. You are clearly guilty of violating.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's Our Lady Farina.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ага, мы сбегаем, да? А нет.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Ну да.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic?
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh, I'm not sure what to think.
Так.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see,
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are valid grounds, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now.
Какой бог мог пойти на меня? На хидер, что ли? Ладно. Так.
she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was real.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny.
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. Oh, you really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began.
Учитывая, что мы всех архонтов до этого типа приходим, либо сразу с ними дружим, либо бьем им морду, а после этого уже дружим. Ну, как бы база. Наруто-терапия.
No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas, and others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so...
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But... in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore them. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to... As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of
Perhaps only
А вот и задание предотвратить катастрофу, ну да.
But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby.
Вот так задание. Волшебные сумки раздайте. І що це таке? Ладно. Ну, нате.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking... Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Я что-то пропустил. Чем сумка может помочь при потопе? Даже несмотря на то, что она вместительная. Я сомневаюсь, что в нее можно залезть и таким образом пережить наводнение. Тем более он вроде потихоньку поднимается, а не лютым потоком все сносит.
So you also believe in
так.
prophecy.
What?
No, I believe in the prophecy. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all,
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die.
all right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel...
Так, где третий? Так она вообще на корабле, зачем ей-то вообще эта сумка?
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future?
You should still take it. You never know.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving,
А, типа, сумка для переезда, господи. Очень странно, очень.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help.
Is there anything else you need to...
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing that.
А куда? Это снаружи или внутри? Снаружи.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Я пропустил, что надо использовать? Ага, воду. Все окей. Вот туманных цветов не хватало, которые надо было соответствующие стихии либо тушить, либо наоборот поджигать. Такс.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're inexperienced. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're...
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention and watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Красное отвлечение внимания. Запихнул руку в карман, вытащил, все.
But it seems she's very alert.
Не поговорила, не натолкнулась, вообще ничего, да? Ну ладно.
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let...
Это у меня только что стукнуло. Фига, там ветер, что ли? Такс. Ага, вывалиться нельзя, окей. 72 метра. Ядрить. Мгм. Так, делаем ставку. Насколько многоуровневый этот... Или как-то не особо многоуровневая локация. Ладно. Ага. Ага. Или все-таки многоуровневая? Непонятно пока. Ну и ладно. А там были где-то лифты? Я особо не помню. Я просто ближайшие лифты, которые помню, это один в этом... Ну, точнее, нет, ладно, в пустынном регионе до хрена лифтов, вот прям очень много, потому что вся пустыня это цитадель. Цитадель. Ну, который Манштадт, который самый первый, ну да, но там же вроде не было лифтов. Там ползать надо было везде, вот это да. Там ползать долго, а то, что лифты вроде нет. Я просто даже вспомнить не могу. Господи, боже мой. Все, да, окей, я понял. Тогда я понял. А то у меня... я пропустил сообщение, то что я думал, сейчас будет лифт эффектов. Все, я пропустил просто это сообщение, окей. У меня просто АБС-ка немножко перегораживает, и я вижу как бы 3 крайних. Сейчас я немножко сделаю. Во, вот так я сделаю, все отлично. Теперь я все вижу, полностью всю страницу. Все отлично, да. Угу. Ну просто да, тут реально очень долгий подъем был. А я-то думаю, блин, да, регионы эти еншиновские. Так, снова настроить погода, фонтанец. Что? Сила исходящей статуи дает. Может, так. Под покровительством первозданных воды на море вы можете при движении расходить раз, а одно время осталось. Ага. Окей. Это мне ГГ надо ставить в пачку. И какая это тогда пачка? Такая, что ли? Давай. Так. Давай посмотрим. Резюмировать гидро. О, да. Оно ХП отнимает? Нет, это не поменялось. Ладно, как скажете. Очень странно. Ты мне что, гидрокубок ставить и повышать ХП? Скорее всего, он же урон скейлится от ХП. Так, ну попросил подождать, смотри.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She said, "What should we do? Should we chase her?"
Так там же тупик.
You're right. She
Ну,
might
либо
also be
так.
trying to lure us. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's.
Блин, я думал, что можно будет плавать под водой без этого благословления. Просто так. Ну, или от каких-то там мест определенных.
No,
Нифига
that was
подобного.
all. Oh, I can't Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Фу, блин, я из-за этого огромного дерева не понял,
Were you
откуда
returning
оно
what the
вообще.
thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to.
Oh,
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it...
what a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Надо, кстати, озвучку попробовать поменять. Интересно, какие у них на японском языке голоса. Более подходящие или менее? А то Линет, она какая-то слишком, не знаю, взрослая как будто.
So,
Учитывая, что они тут
this thing
моделька
connected to
плюс-минус
sea?
16-17-летних
What a
шкетов.
ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
Разговаривают
This
будто
is
за
an
25.
aquabus.
А вот у,
It allows
у
people
Лини
to travel
нормально,
between several
плюс-минус.
key
Ну,
locations
хотя тоже.
around Fontaine.
Тут у всех
It's
персонажей
pretty
такая проблема.
convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Будешь
no,
душнить,
that's
так
not
же
what I
будет.
meant. It's just that,
Так
well,
и
you don't
будет.
really talk that much.
Ах.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as...
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave.
О, Скарлетт или как там ее? Репортерша.
What?
А, Шарлотта, господи.
Traveler! Paimon!
Ну я был близок.
Oh, I never guessed I'd
Это
bump into you
портал.
while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Аквабусы. Аквабус.
I didn't hear anything about
Господи,
you
боже
paying
мой.
us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Не, понимаешь, что, скорее всего, в английском это Аквабас был, но я скипнул, поэтому не услышал.
Oh, let Paimon
Ну,
introduce you
ну
to our new friend.
Аквабусь.
Oh, no need for introductions,
Извини.
Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Lenny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From
Steambird.
the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place.
Не, ну ладно, вот то, что я вижу на заднем фоне, выглядит, в
What have you been
принципе,
up
очень
to
даже
lately,
прикольно.
Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the
А с
trials
другой
at the
стороны,
Opera House.
пустыня. Да.
You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever
Также я
enough
надеюсь, что они не
angle,
будут
even if
больше
it's the same
дополнять
old
пустыню.
topics.
Это просто настолько
For example,
душно.
reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was
Потому что не
once
то
so
чтобы там было
poor
мало
that they
механик или
couldn't
типа
single
того,
piece
там
of bread
просто
for 5
вот,
days.
это арабская или около арабская музыка. Не то чтобы я что-то против нее имею, просто она мне дико не нравится. И все под землей происходит, в каких-то туннелях, которые около лабиринты. Господи. Это ужас какой-то. Так, я не успел выбрать.
You know me
Что?
pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake
Да-да-да.
the country. These smaller stories are a
И
waste
типа,
of my talents. Oh, I just remembered.
Там только в один момент добавили возможность, ну, с помощью фигнюшки одной бесконечно летать, тогда стало плюс-минус прикольно. Но проблема в том, что это 1/6, 1/7 только пустыни всей. Да ё-моё, а, нет, нормально. Думаю, это я уже случайно
These
скипнул.
stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most
Так.
mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked,
Ну, я пропустил, что они там за
I bet all
пропажи
the other
кого.
reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just
So, what is the serial
Ага,
disappearances of young
девушек.
women?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that, but the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Мгм.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some...
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation.
То.
I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to
Понял.
get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Так, я понял. Уведомление. Ага. Так,
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
так, ну-ка, музычка. О боже мой, это тень. Она буквально телепортируется за этим аквабус. Аквабусь. Господи.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Угу.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know.
Вот, я бы сначала город посмотрел. Интересно, насколько он будет запутанный. О да, та самая непонятная вращающаяся штука, которая находится во всех фэнтезийных городах. Не полезно. Не полезно. Так. Ну, сюда. А сюда это куда? На самый верх? Так. А можно не на самый верх? И наоборот, на самом верху было бы лучше. Да я не туда
This is
пошел.
our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that father will be returning. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal
Господи,
diver.
они там все еще и родственники. То есть почти все представленные на данный момент персонажи это родственники. Ладно.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the
Господи.
traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Интересно.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little. Oh, before I forget, the traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take
Я
these
не
to the
помню,
workshop.
временно. Это что-то очень знакомое. Не могу вспомнить. 100% термин какой-то. Откуда? Хрен его знает. Что это за вот это? Новая анимация. Человек, бегущий под дождем. Фига себе.
Looks like rain.
Действительно, очень странно.
But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I It said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual.
Справедливо.
Let Paimon
Еще
try
одна
something.
задача — помочь гидродракону.
Hydro dragon, don't cry!
Сейчас прекратится дождь.
Doesn't seem to be of any
Нет.
use. It is just a legend
Жалко.
after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it...
Окей.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always...
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such...
Oh, no need.
Так. Так круто, конечно, такие типа, давайте пойдем ко мне домой, чтобы поделать сумки. Ну, пойдем к тебе домой, чтобы поделать сумки. Приходят домой, начинается дождь, стоят у порога дома, чтобы промокнуть. Или у них там есть крыша. Ну типа, что-то типа навеса есть такого, арки. Но, тем не менее, простояли на улице до конца дождя. Ушли. Отправились в другое место, чтобы делать сумки. Прекрасно. Ай. Так.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh, to deliver some materials. Here they are.
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business.
Whoa. So,
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
hey, is this machine what you use to make?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not.
But where does a big machine like that get?
Well,
Ой, так.
it's a little complicated, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all
Она на
around
французский
Fontaine.
возьмем перешла. Уратис механик д анализ кардиналь. О, господи, боже мой. Не-не-не. Так, контролирует ее энергию, которая потом используется по всему Фонтейну.
That's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Так, как это? Ладно, пусть. Кстати, надо бы кое-что с тобой сделать, Денчик. Так. Во. Готово. Получите, распишитесь. Так, все равно понять, каким образом эфемерная вещь вера людей может превратить в стабильный источник энергии для этих машин. Так. Валентина Хида говорили.
Yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense.
О, у тебя значок поменялся цветом. Точнее, ник. Я, кстати, твою аватарку не вижу, только этот. И все. Так.
Besides indemnitium, we have another type of It isn't produced by the power of the Archon,
Господи.
but it is unstable by nature. Even
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking...
you again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to
Драка,
Conferee of Cabriere by
драка,
next month?
драка.
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today.
Да, у
Wait,
меня тоже
no,
самое.
70%.
Вообще ничего не это. Ну, странно. Ну, ладно, пофигу. Причем, когда заходишь на сам канал, бывает, что прогружается. Это очень странно. Да и в комментах иногда тоже люди есть, в которых прогружается все.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Ну, без понятия, с
We've
чем это
already
связано.
finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good
Кроме
time to
определенных понятных вещей, да? О которых я не могу тут говорить, потому что я стримлю на Твиче и на Ютабе. Есть вероятность, что меня забанить могут. За это очень просто. Ой. Хотя, так как у меня особой аудитории нет, вряд ли, но тем не менее. О нет, ребенок. Опять ребенок. О, злой русский, кстати.
Ah, you're from Northland Bank.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
Новый костюмчик, более темненький.
What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Снежная. На каналах тоже. А, вроде это старался. Ну ладно, я вроде отвечал на это. А, так.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friend? Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora,
Boy.
fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tooser ice fishing, Tooser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boy!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence?
драка. Либо катсцена, давайте, одно
Though
из
the
двух.
bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Катсцена, катсцена, катсцена. Не черный экран, пожалуйста, катсцену. Даже так? Ну, ладно.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Все.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Анимации удара без способностей. Ну, я понимаю, что это обрезанное, но тем не менее.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe they're...
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone...
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when...
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now...
Maybe you losing...
That is a possibility.
Ну да, еще тут выкачивает силу из владельцев глаз бога. Ну да.
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it, and traces of it remain.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into the... In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never... But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a...
Oh,
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is so engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, and the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor.
So, do many people actually get out of their
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
База.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed... Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well...
Наконец-таки меня отпускают в свободное плавание, так сказать. Исследуй город. Так. А, нет. Видимо, нет.
Wow! Who could have seen
Да
that
что ж
coming?
такое-то?
The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing! The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon, it's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the opera house to see...
Так, господи, дайте мне... Я хочу дойти до этого. Ага, вот туда мне надо. Блин, вообще подстава, что они опять-таки, что не заставили теперь ходить за главного героя. Особенно в моментах, когда надо плавать под водой. Так, это куда? Это наверх, что ли? Это наверх. Это портал. Как туда залезть? А, меня вот так прокатили. Ну ладно, можно грубо по стене пролезть. Нельзя, да? Ну ладно, если так. А будет кринж, если там некуда лезть. Ладно, музычка тут хорошая, достаточно. Ну, можно залезть. Угу. Стоять. Так, а куда дальше? Сюда дальше. Окей. А можно сразу сюда. Зараза. Ага. Я добрался. Так. Угу. Брить. Ну все, теперь это самый удобный город. О, рыбалка опять! Вот опять нужно будет рыбачить, как бы ничего удивительного, но тем не менее это боль. Гидроку. Окей, ладно, хорошо. Боль, ладно. Виржиль. Что за проблема? Курда Фонтейн. Уже дырявый фонтейн. В дикой природы, где не видно огней, цивилизации, люди подобные герои. Немая сцена. Взятие квеста. Так. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Утерянное сокровище. Тайная организация. Научное общество. На деле планировали переворот. И заговор раскрыли. Так, ага. Ага. Ну, короче, найти тайник пиратов. Ладно. Угу. Так, это обнаружил местоположение штаб-квартиры. Все окей. Господи. Гэг. Какой странный пудель. Почему их нельзя погладить? А вот в Старрейле можно было. Вроде бы. Наверное. Я не помню. А, в смысле мне наверх? Да нет. Ну, подбородок никто не отменял, и за ушком где-нибудь, как-нибудь туда подлезть. При желании особом, я думаю, собаку или кота ты погладишь спокойно. Ну, если только оно агрессировать на тебя не будет. Это уже мелочи. Сотрудник службы информации водных путей. Ладно. Господи, боже мой, еще. Ладно. Так. Что? Ремонт. И чё это? Почему я не могу туда залезть? Разработчики поняли, что если давать возможность становиться под лифт, то ты будешь заходить под лифт. И все, тем не менее, меня вдавило в пол. Ну ладно, музыка мне нравится, прикольная. Я уже в который раз про это говорю, но тем не менее. На какой этаж я поехал? Явно не на то, что мне нужен был. Так, я на 4-м виду. Я на правильном этаже? На правильном. Так, сейчас небольшой перерывчик. Я схожу воды себе налью. Это пить хочется просто ужас. Так, пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Как там у меня? Ага, так. Неправильно. Неправильно. А как? Ой, ладно, я прям так сделаю. Пум.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Так, я снова тут, а? Не зевать. Так. Ага. Такс. Такс, такс. Все, продолжаем. Теперь все включил? Да, себя включил, меня должно быть слышно. Все хорошо. Так.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Господи. На остров Ириний. Ириний. Ага.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts
А в
outside.
Киберпанк, между прочим, метро не завезли. А в Геншин завезли. Значит, что? Геншин 100 раз лучше. Каждый метр метро прибавляет по разу, так сказать. По 10%, давайте так.
The destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we
Мне,
are
кстати,
currently
боль была
traveling,
последний раз, когда вот, относительно недавно, месяц, наверное, назад попытался поиграть в Киберпанк. Я, короче, получается. Именно так. Так вот, я, короче, в Киберпанк запускаю, настраиваю себе персонажа, играю. Выбрал там женского персонажа, играю. Все хорошо, 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 хорошо. И что-то мне не понравилась озвучка русская, женская. Я такой, типа, блин, фигня какая-то. Лучше пересоздам, за мужика буду играть. Проходит некоторое время, ну, я подзабиваю. И вот буквально недели 3 назад пытаюсь запустить, создаю персонажа мужского, все хорошо, нажимаю на кнопку старт игры, и у меня игра вылетает. Я просто в этот же момент захожу в папку и удаляю нахрен игру. Меня так бомбануло в этот момент. Я еще, в принципе, очень себя заставлял войти, так сказать. Так, куда вы? Как-то вы... я не ту кнопку нажал. Ладно. Капец, короче, мне было дико обидно. Игра меня разозлила, я ее нахрен снес, да. Все. Надо смотреть в камеру иногда, хотя бы. Когда умные мысли говорю, надо смотреть сюда. Проблема, у меня их не особо часто много. Ладно. А мы куда? Ага. Что я сделал? Блин, какое-то классическое произведение-то капец напоминает. Я не могу вспомнить, что за произведение. Оно только моментами буквально там. Серьезно? Они даже ценных предметов в эту локацию не завезли? Странно. Так. Так, так. Та-та-та-та-та. Ладно. Ну на самом деле метро, может, можно попользоваться, но совсем чуть-чуть. Буквально до всех островов докатиться по одному разику. Я понял. А все, метро бесполезно дальше в Геншине, я понял. Чисто до одного места докатиться и все. Потому что во второй еще не завезли локацию, как я понимаю. А во второй вообще там типа разрушенное нафиг все. Да уж. Ну и ладно. Давай уже к нормальной дороге. Господи, а как попадать в людей? Вот так аж. Не могу поверить.
I prefer magic personally. Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's...
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Дракон.
Vache. Vache.
Скорее всего, дракон. Или это как его? Как они называются? Элементаль, короче.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for
Вообще.
children.
Lynette, you scared Paimon?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
Да блин, что с этой музыкой? Капец. Так.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard.
Дракон.
In fact,
Гарантирую, дракон.
you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would her...
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with it?
Just
Дракон,
answer me.
значит.
When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that... So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what...
Rather than
Ну-ка.
worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
М,
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance.
Oh, right.
Ну, пошли. Не, ну за ухом можно погладить. Ну или вот типа, как это место называется? Под челюстью, короче. Очень практичная лестница, мне кажется. Особенно вот здесь. Могли бы здесь клумбы сделать. Так, на театр, пожалуйста, используем цели. Есть хорошо подготовленный для вас известным иллюзионистом линии «Вечер чудес» и волшебных грез. Программа откроет совершенно новый трюк освобождения из ящика под водой. Как его линия? Ладно. С Худини особо не сильно. Ну, чуть-чуть похоже по звучанию, но... Ай, так, что там дальше? Постановление, чтобы все зрители смогли получить удовольствие от постановок, администрация оперного театра Эпиклез запрещает проносить с собой еду. Посетители, нарушающие данное постановление, будут удалены из театра и понесут наказание, предусмотренное палатой жардинаж. Господи, жардинаж. За более серьезное нарушение последует наказание, предусмотренное законом. Что еще есть? Открытое слушание. Открытое слушание дела. Открытый процесс над холером за нарушение общественного порядка и иные правонарушения. Аннотация. В качестве осужденного выступает холер. Род деятельности самозанятый. Палата Жардинаж обвиняет его в том, что он публично выступал против палаты Жардинаж, а также пытается выдать себя за ее сотрудника. В ходе расследования было установлено, что он не виновен в незаконном использовании рекламных щитов. Однако расследование подтвердило, что подсудимый незаконно выступал в порту Ромарин, а также выдавал себя за сотрудника, принимающего гостей исследовательского института, и совершал другие противоправные деяния. Окончательное постановление Верховный судья и Аратис Механик де Анализ Кардиналь вынесли приговор. Холер признан виновным в ряде преступлений и будет отправлен в крепость Мерапид отбывать наказание. Господи, что за название? Все, я устал читать. Эйф. Ладно, ну, пошли. Ой. Бедный самозанятый. Ай.
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best...
Билеты беру, что ли, в момент прихода?
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your...
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thinking.
Интересно, это будет под сцену?
Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Или она не состоится?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's
Yeah, we'll just go to...
Так. Пройдите на подготовленные линии места. Ну что, книг никаких даже нету. Мне кажется, все-таки лучшие места в театре это, наверное, на втором этаже, нет? Я не сильно шарю, но мне кажется, оттуда лучше видно. И поприкольнее, в принципе. И толпы нету особой. Где-нибудь вот на вот этих крайненьких. Хотя, с другой стороны, ты не с середины смотришь. Я еще ползаю по стенам немного, да? Да. Показалось. Вообще ничего интересного в этом зале нету. Кроме челика этого. Непонятно. Ну, блин.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Вот я еще выпил. Чё?
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda... Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's, too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not
Он
friends
эльф,
with
что ли,
Linny
или
then?
полуэльф?
Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Nervilет. Nervilет. Господи.
Mr. Linney.
Так.
I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be?
Nervilет. Ладно.
I saw you all
Он
chatting just
предвестник
now,
Фату или
but it
нет? Я не
seems you
помню. Это
still
злой
don't know who
русский или
Monsieur
нет?
Nervillet is.
Ответьте мне на этот вопрос.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It
Верховный
wouldn't be too
судья.
much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ладно, значит, не злой русский.
So rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so... And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait!
Ну, короче, понятно. Плюс-минус. Сейчас с этим архонтом не так. Драться мы с ней не будем. Ладно.
They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Так, пум-пум-пум-пум-пум. Катсцены, катсцены, катсцены.
Paimon will try to...
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's
Мне
show,
кажется, они еще...
Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be
Кажется,
a
у
little
нее
sleepy
три
right
созвучки.
now,
Это
but that's just a sign that
Чичу,
she's
которая
nervous.
озвучивает.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders
That's it.
who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry, she'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Сцена. Да, да, давай.
A magician's
Отлично.
greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Ну, типа невидимой стала.
Whoa! What in the world just happened?
Hmm.
How did he do that? Hyman didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprise. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and I'm sure many of our clever audience members have. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention.
Wow! Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen. Now then,
Главный
let's
герой
begin.
или главный судья или архонт?
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just in.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like...
25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds.
19!
It seems things aren't quite going as... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty.
Almost
there now. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What happened?
Ха! Ха-ха! Я знал.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed...
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if...
No need to be
18
alarmed,
миллион
you
дропа.
children. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Или как его? А, не, я не вспомню, как там про адвоката.
Unfortunately, the person who was in the
Игра.
magic
Yeah,
box has
objection!
been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Attorney,
It appears that
Ace
this incident
Attorney,
was not
или
merely some
Attorney.
mishap
Я
with
не
the
уверен, как
performance.
правильно прочитать. Ну, я
And
понял,
there are
окей.
many indications that it is connected
Она,
with
кстати,
the
пока
case
есть
of the
или
serial
она только
disappearances of young women?
на консоль какую-то? Или приставку? Ну, вот эти вот все штуки.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Понял.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was...
That can't be right. He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Ну, окей.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady...
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? Then there's no problem at all. You know, but with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost.
I understand. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outland...
Хм.
Sorry about everything that happened just...
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared of...
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think... Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our
Фига себе, уже
it's going to
2,5
be
часа
especially
прошло.
difficult for Lynette and I to
Чистых
prove our own
диалогов, блин,
innocence.
почти что.
Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just like... Oh, since we're going to start investigating,
конечно.
Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly...
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to... If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have...
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience, and I've seen a lot of cases. And I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
А как согласиться?
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you...
В журнале по делу вы можете проверить статус сбора доказательств и улик, а также упорядочить информацию о деле. Упорядочить. В журнале по делу вы можете увидеть еще не найденные доказательства и улики. Отправьте в соответствующую область, чтобы их найти. Понятно. Признак восприятия, чтобы искать доказательства и улики для исследования в определенном радиусе от себя, это получится ваш общий прогресс. А зачем? Вы могли дать что? Согласно расследованию Жордана, фейерверк, запущенный задолго до окончания представления, поджег веревки, на которых держался резервуар с водой. В результате резервуар упал, что привело к смерти Коула. Линни действительно мог использовать реквизит в качестве орудия убийства, но зачем ему понадобилось убивать Коуэлла? Коуэлл, да? Коуэлл. Ладно. Здесь вопросы пока остаются без ответов. Так, информация о погибшем. Погибшего звали Коуэлл. Он был ассистентом Линни и пользовался большим доверием трупам. В его обязанности входила установка и проверка реквизита, а также взаимодействие с артистами на сцене для поддержания нужного настроения в зрительском зале. Ага. Ладно. Угу. Так. Почему нельзя было навык восприятия поставить на ту же кнопку, на которой чувство стихий? Но же вот одно и то же. Ну нет, чувство восприятия это другое. Господи. На место пришел ударение, окружить Коу внутри волшебного ящика, он бы мог увернуться от падающего резервуара.
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa! Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something... Wait! Why don't you write all this down?
Веревка для подвешивания резервуара с водой внезапно оборвалась, когда на сцене запускали фейерверк. Расследование показало, что на месте обрывка веревка была изготовлена из легкого воспламеняющегося материала. Заряжаем пули правосудия. Жандармы закончили осмотр места происшествия, оставив на сцене сломанный волшебный ящик. Видно, что резервуар с водой сильно расплющил ящик.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help it. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her... The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no... Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all.
which matches the...
Were the victims of...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do, it is of utmost importance that we get...
Так, пропавшая по имени Холзи. Известная художница, которая пришла посмотреть магическое шоу, чтобы снять напряжение от работы. Она не вовлечена в какую-либо вражду с представителями магической труппы линий. Ладно. И что тут еще? А, еще с этим. А что, с ним еще можно поболтать?
Go ahead, have a look around.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the numbers?
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us.
That you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's cake?
Просто используешь для выбора случайно, понятно, что, короче. В принципе, особо смысла нет, он меня произносит ровно то же самое, что я и зачитываю после. Ага, второй ящик. Время представления линии за считанные секунды переместился сюда со сцены. Что это был за трюк, как ему это удалось? Ну, пусть он и расскажет. Думаю. Исилдор.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, if you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I...
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes...
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that.
Полагаю, звук раздался из-за прыжка сообщника линии. Возможно, это был Линнет на крышу резервуара с водой.
And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank
Перерезал
crashing
веревку,
down.
и резервуар рухнул. Так он же
Wasn't the noise we heard too loud
поджегся.
for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Странный звук. Во время фокуса с волшебными ящиками раздался отчетливый глухой звук, который услышали многие зрители, присутствующие в зале. И где еще один?
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well before. This rope was obviously tampered. People needed to register and reserve. Why would it be him? Gosh, no wonder the serial We all heard that noise.
Окей, не нашел еще 6 улик. Окей. Ага, все, можно выходить на улицу. Ладно. Пойдем посмотрим.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Так не с Молли надо было поговорить, не с Линнет.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but
Ладно. Хм. Ага.
Hey,
Так.
you! Yes, both of you.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not
О,
mistaken,
это?
you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the look...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Господи, спина
From mediating
Доросула.
disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its
Navia,
renowned
okay.
president. Though those who
Uh-huh.
play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, that's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking, but how did you come to that
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Как
Farina sure
скажешь.
was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever. But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way...
Sounds more like you just don't...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean... All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
То есть, грубо говоря, тут можно выиграть этот, как его, суд более эффектным способом. Ну, если ты будешь более эффектным. Чисто теоретически, да?
I need to make some preparations, following which our...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Отлично просто. Отличные помощники. Мы будем сидеть здесь, но ты позови, короче, как все решишь. И пойдешь узнавать самый смак. А что, мне на улицу надо или что? Тристана. Господи.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so were you always guarding this?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the and I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was but still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. We Melazines are good at that
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Так, ага. Никто не покидал, а после инцидента его могли покинуть только те, чьи личности были установлены жандармами, господи, жандармы. Тяжело.
Things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Мне вот очень интересно. О, все, отлично. Я челика забанил там, как его, в Твиче. Точнее, отстранил. Надо присылает мне тут рекламу, видите ли. Ай, так, заметки принял.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing...
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
А, под сцену. И все-таки никакой магии. Всего лишь ловкость рук.
This magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Дайте рассмотреть.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Значит, на видеопредставление.
Good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it?
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board.
Не особо гладкая. Сейчас 5 секунд. Так, сейчас небольшой перерыв, буквально 5 минут, я вернусь. Так, я вернулся. Так. Господи, боже мой. Их, а то у меня в домовых лапки. Так, немножечко вот так вот. Так, раз, два, три, все меня слышно. Опа, 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 опа. Все, отлично. Кто-нибудь тут еще остался? Ручками поможите. Мне на ВФК Плей кто-то смотрит. Здрасте, здрасте, здрасте. Такс, такс. Прикинь, у меня еще один зритель есть на ВК Плее. Есть, конечно, вероятность, что это Гога, но это не точно. Прикольно. Ну, привет-привет всем. Так, задняя часть этой двери была украшена узорами. Узоры исчезли. Ну.
So, if you put
А, это
two and
ты?
two together, what do you get?
Фи на вас. Ай. Кстати, надо мне разобраться, как работают эти повторы, сохранение повторов. Типа это внутренняя функция. Фу, блин. Фу. Типа это внутренняя функция этих платформ, или это я должен делать запись в OBS параллельно, пока стримлю, и выкладывать это как-то? С другой стороны, в Твиче надо народ звать, ведь, чтобы хоть чуть-чуть поверх продвинутого МБ рандома зашли. Ну, можно, в принципе, этот... Как его? Пост сделать из разряда ЧЗХ, жид стримит. Жидя, точнее. Кстати, осуждаем, да? Надо глянуть будет. Надо будет глянуть. Вот типа, я просто где-то вроде бы нашел эту галочку как раз таки. Но где я ее нашел и поставил ли я ее? Так, ну вроде бы в Ютубе оно есть. Ну, точнее, останется. Но судя по тому, что тут написано. Нужно тут типа установить для записи трансляции доступ по ссылке. Есть только эта галочка. Но именно сохранить, ну, ничего не вижу насчет этого. На ВК Лайв пока я не видел. Настройки канала, может быть. Канал содержит. Так, сохранять мои. Вот, сохранить мою трансляцию. Опция должна быть включена до начала трансляции, чтобы запись сохранилась. Вот она где была заныкана. Все, я понял, хорошо. А на Твиче как? Панель управления автора? Так много настроек в Твиче, кстати, это просто ужас. Я понимаю, что все для того, чтобы было максимально удобная и точная настройка. Но тем не менее, это ж, конечно... Это ж, конечно же, даже... Главное все проживать. Так... Настройки трансляции, может, это ключ потока, задержка, предупреждение о звуке. Сохранить прошедшие трансляции. Да, все, у меня галочка стоит. Ну все, значит, это осталось только насчет ВК-плея. Окей. Ладно. Так. Итак, что получится, если смешать раскаленное масло с водой? Так.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it...
Я угадал, на бум. Внутри ящика ящик, ладно. Он типа перемещается. Ну, собственно, ничего удивительного. Правда, я думал, он самостоятельно типа перемещается. Ну это чтобы же это... Чтобы зритель, который внутри ящика, не догадался. Справедливо.
I knew you'd figure out most of it. Is the two magic box. See this flatbed, the box with the lucky audience member in it would be...
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved...
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy
ну
through this
ему надо
device
только
here,
один ящик
with which it would
притащить.
complete the rest of the steps.
С этим... Со зрителем. Сам-то может просто выскочить. И быстрее будет, собственно, поэтому он смог последнюю секунду
The
это
audience
сделать. Окей.
member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out...
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even...
Yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Ой. Так. О, господи, боже мой. потайной отсек у задней стенки.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
Из ящика в конце появлялась тоже я.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes, and no one can tell who's who.
Так у вас оттенки волос
That's my
разные.
favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette.
So that's how it all worked. Wow.
Ah.
Every detail you revealed was more amazing.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more...
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette...
Убийца окажется жертва,
I'll escort them
100%.
back up.
Либо, хотя, вряд ли убитый. Это было бы странно, но может этот, как его, собственно, пропавшая женщина.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Ай, та-та-та-та-та.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Магический трюк, так-то-та, как он задумал. Внутри большого ящика был спрятан потайный ящик, куда заходил человек, сказала. Ящик сознательно перемещался по сцене по тоннелю, а сам Лени по тому же тоннелю проходил к ящику в зрительном зале. В это время с публикой взаимодействовала Линет, переодетая в костюм Лени и ее ассистент. В волшебном ящике, состоящем на сцене, сзади было отделение, которое можно спрятать Линет, переодетая в девушку Лени, чтобы появиться в конце фокуса и создать ложное впечатление, что Лени может мгновенно перенестись в ящик на противоположной стороне. Устройство выполненного ящика в зрительном зале. Внутри волшебного ящика, расположенного в зрительном зале, был потайной ящик, который незаметно для публики спускался. Ну, это понятно, ладно, это уже понятно было. Эх, ух, эх, ах. Ой, что-то я забыл себя БС-ку развернуть, чтобы себя видеть. Агась. Такс. А, смотрите станцию управления. Как? А, вот она. А как если он тут бегал? Как он не увидел, что они тут поменялись?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where... And here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from...
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Разбитая ваза. Осколки разбитой вазы в боковой части тоннеля. Вся вода из нее вытекла. Судя по расстоянию, маловероятно, что опрокинула тележку, предназначенную для перевозки волшебного ящика. Одежда.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady
Да не
chosen from
так
the
она была
audience is
одета.
wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Девушке нужно было переодеться. Я же говорю, она 100% жертва и убийца одновременно. Она же была, по-моему, одета в белую какую-то одежду, не? По-моему, эти деревяшки тоже достаточно подозрительны. Что я тут смотрю? Так, это управление.
What's this?
Крюк.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope.
Зачем он тут?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
На полу лежит металлический крюк с привязанной к нему веревкой. Назначение неизвестно. Так это одежда была. рельсы. Чтобы фокус получился, должно работать как часы, а рельсы позволяют тележке ехать строго в заданном направлении. Ну, то бишь никуда в другое место увезти нельзя. Или можно. Тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун. Туру-тун. Тун-тун. Свои реквизиты, костюмы. Ладно, бесполезно, значит. Вентиляция.
What is this place?
It seems someone.
Could this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Размеры вентиляционного туннеля было едва достаточно для одного человека. Потом забрать с собой пропавшую девушку было практически невозможно. Следствие — это один человек. Все, я все решил. Она знала подноготную, но хотела убить своего возлюбленный. Может быть, был ей что-нибудь там, какая-нибудь ревность, еще что-то типа того. Ну, мотивы, короче. Любого достаточно. Так, что смотрите?
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to...
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
Зачем, правда, нужен крюк?
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the... The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found.
В чем смысл вентиляции, которая ведет в подвал из подвала?
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both... No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even to put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials.
Игорь, что-то я прослушал весь диалог, читая его.
So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is... yes, the guards also asked me to convey that... Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies, that makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa,
Кто не может?
Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Забавно, что это сказал чел, у которого нету глаза бога. Соответственно, это обычный человек.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks, if we cannot buy some.
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Угу. Идем печь пирожное.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Забавно.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Or anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Ну да, макароны.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I...
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber.
Как странно это все-таки выглядит на Твиче. А чё у меня? Дэна, можешь глянуть? У меня на Твиче трансляция идет? Есть, нету? А то я пытаюсь на нее зайти, а у меня он типа черный экран и все. Может, мне специально запрещает заходить, потому что он у меня типа связан сейчас с Твичом.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Черный экран. Хах. Почему, интересно? Ему не понравилось. Так. Ему не понравилось мое прозвище? Странно так. Может перезапуститься? Ну, кстати, он буквально, да? Он минуту назад перестал смотреться. Ах, точнее закончился. Ну-ка, давай я попробую перезапуститься. Кстати, за одну галочку поставлю. Так. Ну-ка. А, даже так. Мне кажется, я на ютубе не прервался, да? Ах. Так, сохранять мои трансляции. Опция должна быть включена до начала трансляции, чтобы это сохранилось. Ну все. Сохраняемся. Готовченко. Так. Так, VK Play Live запустить. Twitch запустить. Все, вроде бы все. Шло. Правильно? О, да. Я, собственно, продолжаем. И все работает, между прочим. Правильно? Правда, мне надо... О, как звук, да, отключить везде. Угу. Да, все работает. Короче, да, я могу, оказывается, потоки отдельно всего отключать вообще. То есть, очень удобно. Если у меня где-то что-то пошло не так, я могу быстренько это починить, и на остальных платформах ничего не поменяется. Найс. Так, продолжаем. Короче, видимо, у меня на Твиче то ли оборвался стрим, то ли коннект потерялся. Фиг его поймешь. Но сейчас вот идет. Все хорошо. Мне, кстати, надо поменять название, наверное. Кстати, тоже, что удобно, я везде могу отдельно менять эти названия. Так, пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was...
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both...
Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has
А
never
может,
had
у
any
него и у
dealings with the
Коула
magic troop's
были
members.
мотивы убить как его? Лини. Но что-то пошло не так, и она его предала.
From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super...
They are my specialty, after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count.
Так, надо вернуть счет себе. Такс. Так, повернули. Так, хотел их съесть, но прямо счастливо. Так.
Knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those
Я тебе до самого конца верить не буду, Паймон. Ты 100% финальный босс. Я ни капельки в этом не сомневаюсь.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat. Malus, set up the stove again if you... Huh? Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course?
Exactly. We don't want to...
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almond.
Well, this real...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another... I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Да откуда они знают про мотив Коула и Хоузи? Они с ними не разговаривали. Людей не приводили, чтобы с ними поразговаривать. Или даже дом не обыскали ни того, ни другого. Откуда вы знаете, что мотива не было? Вероятность участия третьего лица очень мала. Прекрасно. И чё?
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Я, в принципе, все запомнил. У меня там... Хитрить тут ивентов насыпали. Это типа босс. Выглядит прикольно. Какой-то огненный краб. А, это реально краб. Ладно. Ну, это понятно. Немножко геймплея. Вот диалоги, конечно, читать некоторые прикольно. И сюжетка вроде плюс-минус интересная это. Но, тем не менее.
Freeze! Gotcha!
Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock. Busted! Things are about to get dicey.
Cool it!
Возвращаемся обратно. Так, пам-пам-пам-пам-пам, пам-пам. Так, так. Мне не хватает накруточку. Как же так? Так, следующего дня. С 8 до 10? С 8 до 10. Я не могу хоть убей вспомнить, откуда это. Что это за мотив такой?
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects, besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Да то, что Фурина вообще ничего не знает, это 100%.
Best of luck to you.
Она даже не искала. Как ее подчиненные особо много не нашли. Как всегда.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be
Уже
honest,
закончили.
you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede
Уже
so
любимая
easily.
соперница.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Objection!
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell.
Интересно, они сделают реально отсылку на это? Ну, криком.
Hardly in that tunnel at all.
Если это сделает самый главный герой, это будет
Hypothesis
хорошо.
based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what
Графическая постановка,
were
нифига себе.
inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and
Ну, как я и
gentlemen,
говорил, можно
allow me
выиграть
to
чисто
use the words of the
драматизмом.
magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of
Чем
an
больше
eye.
людей убедишь, тем
Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse
больше в
in
твою
the
сторону
blink
будет
of an eye.
перевешивать.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
О нет, они были выращены злыми русскими.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Are these claims true? Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're all—
The defendant deceived their own attorney.
Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in...
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Я пропустил смех, ну и ладно. Господи, это мои домовые там.
Well, this is
Не
awkward.
подать, не подать.
I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't not to set the wrong tone or anything.
Это ж ничего не доказывает, даже то, что они там воспитанники кого-то.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry. I know you've clashed with the Vatuis several times before. I wouldn't be surprised, but our organization is
Причем
very,
с этим,
very large, and the
как его,
Harbingers have very different
с Чайлдом,
personalities and goals.
они нормально общаются. Несмотря на то, что он предвестник Фатуи, то есть один из главных у них там. И причем с ним уже дрались. И все равно он там поднагадил.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. But the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade.
А, то есть он просто воспитанник, он прям Фатуи. Окей.
But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first. And
Of course. I'll answer any question. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurate? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the—
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute—
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about— Which should have been impossible, of course. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of— On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal—
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide it. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty bad. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're— Huh?
Угу. Угу. Мы что-то выяснили. Я не понял, что, но что-то мы выяснили. Ну, кроме того, что какой-то человек был в том самом подвальном помещении, в которое вела вентиляция, через которую лез сам Лени. И все. Но в чем смысл всего остального, я так и не понял. Ладно.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Может так чуть-чуть? Чуть-чуть совсем. Допустим, если я тут буду упираться сильно... Вот. Ну ладно, посмотрим. Нормально. Так, стороны в сборе, продолжаем заседание.
Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Нет, пуля правосудия, реально. Это реально пуля правосудия. Короче, это система заседаний из... как его? Данганропы. Гэг. Да, используйте полученные в ходе расследования происшествия доказательства и улики, чтобы опровергнуть несостоятельные звенья событий и заменить их новыми заключениями. Да-да-да. Убедите аудиторию опровержениями, чтобы добиться большей поддержки вашей точки зрения. Ратис будет четко показывать такие измерения. Изменения или измерения, не понял. Ладно. Когда вы найдете и опровергнете все несостоятельные звенья, выполните цикл опровержения, чтобы раскрыть истину. База так и есть.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Так. Ну.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Но он сказал, что вообще не слышал ничего.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before afterward. Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have
Ну
it.
так а зачем его было убивать прилюдно?
Behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
Так. Да пофиг, что он вошел. Так, борьбы линии Холза. Нет. Ох, ядрить тут и прям все есть. А нет, ладно.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that
Так. Все, мне даже не дают это. Да. Мне даже не дают ошибиться. Хах. И... Так. Человеческие голоса. Ну, кстати, да.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Да. Линия оглушает Коуэлла. Застала линию во время преступления, поэтому линия оглушил Коуэлла и взялся и вазу. Так, поменяем на... Нет, точно нет.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only
Attention!
А.
Ace Detective Paimon has something to say.
В чем Паймон? Сейчас же только что озвучивал ГГ, ну зачем?
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic, finally he reached the surface, and that was when the accident.
Так. Почти без ошибок даже. Несмотря на то, что мне не дают ошибаться, но тем не менее. Всего 2 раза неправильно сказал.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it up?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have
Так,
not
ладно, я понял, короче, я собираю на нее. Так. А какое ее наблюдение? Генератор случайных чисел, крюк какой-то. Вот это вот одно из этих, да? Я понял, хорошо. Информация о пропавшей девушке. Пропавшая девушка. Нет. Странный звук во время представления. Выходы и входы в здание. Мне только вот это утверждение было. Никаких странных звуков.
That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Иконки шестерней в меню, чтобы смотреть соответствующие вопросы по делу. Правильное заключение можно проверить, выбрав ответы и заполнив все шестеренки. В случае ошибки придется выбирать вновь из оставшихся вариантов. ответить на все вопросы правильно, вы завершите текущую логическую цепочку. Ее что веревка, удерживающая резервуар с водой, лопнула от воздействия фейерверков, запущенных в конце иллюзионного представления. В результате падения резервуара погиб Коуэлл, находящийся в волшебном ящике. Если исключить, что преступление совершил Линни, подменить реквизит мог только кто-то из членов труппы. Линни подробно объяснил задумку фокус. Ладно, фокуса. Так, внутри большого ящика был спрятан потайной ящик, куда и заходил человек из зрительного зала. Ящик со зрителем перемещался к сцене по туннелю, а сам Линни по тому же туннелю проходил к ящику в зрительном зале. На сцене в это время была Линнет, переодетая в костюм Линни, и ее ассистент. В туннеле обнаружена одежда, принадлежавшая пропавшей Холзи. Как она там оказалась, неизвестно. Выберите любую улику, чтобы узнать подробности. Кто единственный человек, у которого был шанс совершить преступление? Сама Холзи. Это кто-то третий, вряд ли. Это 100% она. Нет? Да как так-то? Кто-то третий? А кто третий? Сам Коул? А Коул в чем он? Типа... Холзи вырубила его. Он завалился в ящик. И допустим, я не верю, что третье лицо было. Это реально он? Что? То есть реально Холзи его вырубила, почему-то разделась или переоделась. Ну скорее всего из-за того, что промокла. Но...
Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How?
What I must do next is recreate the truth.
Ну вот же ГГ озвучивает, мне оперный театр. Так, жертва преступления. Так, как мы можем понять, что Лин не мог участвовать в преступлении? Что это? Это не важно.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between.
Так. Главный подозреваемый. Куда подевалась Холзи? Ну, одежду поменяла, да? Ага, эти два не верны. Как мы можем понять, что Лин не мог участвовать в преступлении? Линни ушел из туннеля и убросил в достаточно времени. Ну да. Куда подевалась Холзи? Нет. Нет. Значит, и чё? То, что она не могла выйти, как это связано? В этом и суть была, что я не могу это узнать. Я не знаю, где она. В стороне Смеркова у него вообще необходимость совершить преступление. Глухой удар мог прозвучать, когда Холзи оказывал Коулу сопротивление. Или не было в туннеле ровно 1 минуту. За это время Коул мог вывести Холви из ящика, находившегося в зрительском зале. Но Жордама утверждает, что во время представления из театра никто не выходил. Допустим, он вывел ее из ящика, когда они пошли дальше. Если бы они вышли из ящика в зрительном зале, публика бы их заметила. Но она все еще в подвале сидит, получается.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very
3?
likely.
Типа с одной стороны, с другой стороны. Может она все еще есть? А нет, ящик же разбили.
Live person disappear, you know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Objection.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important...
Чё? Почему вода является важной уликой? Да-да-да, а тут в том и прикол, типа, сюжет это реально, типа, ты посражался секунд 30, если ты раскачанный, и пошел туда дальше. Геймплей этого боя тут нужен в ивентах в основном. Причем не во всех, а в боевых в основном ивентах. Тут геймплей это головоломки. Только головоломки. Причем именно сюжетные, да.
Vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny
Здорово,
already
Гога.
knows this truth very well.
А мы тут с Денчиком сидим. Какую Фури? Ты где нашел Фури? Гога, если что, в ВК-плее. А Денчик на Ютубе.
Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and
Ну я тебя поздравляю, я тебе поэтому и говорю.
disappearance is very real. We're
Что ты чат не видишь.
completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense.
Здрасте. Еще раз, так сказать. Так, собираемся необходимо, возможно, что случилось на самом деле.
We haven't placed much attention on it.
Мы рассматриваем
But given that we aren't making much
преступника.
progress with the
Окей.
case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
Забуксовало, господи.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
Сейчас ты тоже будешь, подожди. Умный такой. Ой, я тоже могу спамить этой штукой. Ща, подожди. Ага. Выкуси. Выпендривается он тут. Все, можешь писать, давай, напиши что-нибудь.
still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Ничего, я тебе сейчас угу. Он пишет ВК Play Live, и у него там ник зеленый, а у меня... Я потом сделаю, ты это... Денчик, вас в стойло отправили. Ютубовских имеется в виду. Гого розовый. Го-го-го. База. Так. Информация, которую посчитали нужным, немедленно сообщить суду. Щахова нашли несколько пробирок с жидкостью, которая одна пробирка снабжена язычком. И здесь, и там. Во, оба теперь это одного цвета.
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are...
Кстати, теоретически я вообще могу вас в чат, чат вынести сюда мне, чтобы вы видели. Но я не буду этого делать, пока я не найду способ, как сделать черный список слов. Я не хочу, чтобы у меня тут маты сыпались в чате. Не то чтобы вы сейчас матерились или типа того, но мало ли, кто залетит, так сказать, сюда. Так. Написано, что жидкость в пробирках есть не что иное, как вода первозданного моря. И что первозданное море делает? Он обращает людей в воду? Много записей о безопасности использования жидкости, в которой часто встречается слово растворение. Ага. А это никак не повлияет, типа, потому что это сейчас только у меня в чате идет. Это никто не увидит, разве что в записи чата. Но только мне на запись на данный момент не особо много разницы. Я могу это заблочить просто, и все. Ай, так.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is
короче, эта жидкость
supported by sufficient evidence.
Это растворяет людей. О нет.
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Mademoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust...
Order! Order!
Order. У меня нет очков, чтобы это сделать. Не могу. Actually.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has still. Let us assume that these
Ну так вы вылейте это просто по одной из пробирок на кого-нибудь из Фонтейна, чтобы он растворился, и все сразу станет ясно.
Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the...
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this cases seem...
Right! Like the Metal Heart! Now, let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Так. Кто сейчас главный подозреваемый?
Deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He
Ну, какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы контролировать время растворения?
The
Веревку?
rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Ну, наверное. Чем убийца растворил? Ну, вот этой жидкостью, это понятно. Так. Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы спрятать механизм устройства?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form.
Ну вот, собственно. Вот.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not.
Так, значит, вот так. Да, если задом наперед надо.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
Имеет ли она к этому какое-то отношение? Насколько я помню, если было что-то еще. Устройство волшебного ящика, зрительно. Да там ничего особо важного. Да что? Значит, то самое, которое ничего важного? Не actually получается. Ну и что в итоге с нас сходится? Использовал крюк, чтобы... Господи. Как я ненавижу ее английскую озвучку.
Would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel with the remaining evidence, but he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Он спрятался от линии
That
в
actually
ящике,
links together. A lot of them work.
чтобы его не спалили.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
Ну подставить захотел. Ну, логично.
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear, my dear citizens, my loyal audience? Allow me to present. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene, having made modifications to the props beforehand. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a
почему он его просто тоже бы не растворил и все? Пропало бы тогда 2 человека, а не был убит один, и второй пропал. Не сходится.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the road?
Да сейчас. Дайте мне.
Oh no. Seems using the water.
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Сейчас этот посчитает за
Now
нас,
then,
да?
my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not...
Excuse me, everyone, but...
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has What in the...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your butt. As the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance.
I understand.
And voila.
И она будет там.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
То есть этой штуки не было вообще.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
О нет.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed it. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there.
Это то самое.
I've never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me.
Ее не растворило, потому что она из Манштата. То есть теоретически ее должно было растворить, да?
I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire...
Так, давай, опровержение. Так, Линни уходит в тоннель, да, растворение Хоузы. Ну пусть растворяется. Никого сражаются. Сражаются не они, а... Так, исходы появились были публикации, значит предположение несостоятельно. Как бы отреагировала Хоуза, если бы нахлынула вода? Ну да, кстати.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Справедливо. На нее этот напал. Скорее всего, она
The
ее
flower
ударила,
vase was
да.
not broken to cover anything up, but
Она переоделась,
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left.
спряталась,
So she
да.
changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
Ну все.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Господи, как громко. Ладно. Так. Кстати, Гога заметил, я все-таки правильно я починил этот микрофон. Все-таки проблема была в том, что у меня воткнуты были динамики. Еще параллельно с микрофоном.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head.
Зачем вы повторяете? Она только что призналась.
Not know that Lily, mistakenly believing that the
Она буквально все то, что это рассказала. Зачем вы мне это повторяете? Ну, провернуто. Спасибо.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these
ладно.
last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped two
А,
of
так
them
это
right
она
under our
сперла
noses.
макаронины.
Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point,
То есть так, что им 4 человека, нет, 5 человек в одной комнате не увидели. Сидя за этим же столом, с которого воровали. Прекрасно.
So that's the... Bravo! Bravo!
Проницательная, восторженная.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you... Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before...
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell,
Да
selected his next
ё-моё.
victim from the audience reservation list.
А, это прям он целиком все обозначил.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while
А, ну
committing the
да.
deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would he also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause... He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of... Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young... When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud note. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision.
И...
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Ура! Сюжетка закрыта.
Great work, partners.
Thank
Вроде
you
бы.
all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Ту-ту-ту.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders.
Сейчас 5 секунд. Всё, я вернулся.
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui.
Ой.
The higher-up said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through,
раскрытие
and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes, our boss discovered that the water can cause people to it can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act.
У
All
него в
present,
шляпе
please
была
submit
вода.
to inspection
Или чё?
immediately.
О, прикольно, у них роботы какие-то ходят тут. А, так жидкость, оставшаяся после растворения.
So, we're just going back now?
Ну, в голове у Пайман, но она не из этой страны, поэтому на нее не действует. Только плещется.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
А в долгу? За что в долгу?
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Отец или слуга, как вам больше нравится, взяла. Они про... Как ее? Орликина или как там ее? Или Орликина это слепая?
Controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Ее слуга в русском сделали.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first
А, ну
died,
это может просто звание.
Lynette
Ну
and I
ладно.
were left wandering
Ну,
the
странно,
streets.
конечно.
To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that...
So you went from orphans to nobility?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then...
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not. The answer he gave me was... She caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift.
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of it. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And then...
So, she'd already taken...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will I was hesitant to trust her. I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
Ну, можно. Это я тебе гуглю, если что. Ну, типа, есть вариант не идти? Или ты про меня спрашиваешь, пойду ли я? Типа, можно? Мне, конечно, пойти развешивать надо бы по-хорошему, но я что-то немножко выдохся. Блин, на самом деле стримы так ментально воюют. Это пипец. Конечно, это возможно из-за того, что уже идет 5-й час стрима. Нет, 4-й час стрима, плюс-минус. 4:20 где-то. Да, 4:23 на ютубе видно. Но тем не менее... Так, я не вылажу. Так, та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та-та.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making... If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best.
Ох ты. Ох ты. И сюжет закрыт? Да ё-моё. Сейчас еще с этой поболтать. Да, именно с ней.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navi?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navi.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Ну, она явно не пятизвездочный
It was
персонаж.
like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection... Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Wait, Shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory.
Может и пятизвездочная.
That way there
Я
are
не
no
уверен.
regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Nub...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine?
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
У нас вроде уже 3 прощания только что было. А. Я не успел прочитать, чтобы добыть что-то. Что, чтобы добыть? Эх. Так, а сколько у меня открученных уже? Господи, боже мой. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 круток у меня откручено. $29. Это 50 на 50. А так как я хочу выбить архонта, это, скорее всего, еще, блин, будет очень не скоро. Ладно, теоретически, может, успею. Может, успею накопить, а может и нет. А может и пофигу. Все равно я выбил себе всех персонажей, которых хотел. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. А, там еще было? А, тут еще будет. Ох, слушай, я. Ну, короче, да, тут еще сюжета есть, видимо. Непочатый край. 2 глава. Это была 1 глава только. Я думаю, на сегодня достаточно. Может, завтра, послезавтра продолжу. Пока что, я думаю, все. Ядрить. Так, еще где-нибудь. Ну да. В принципе, все. Ой, ладно, спасибо Денчигога и всех, кто будет смотреть записи. Если кто-то будет. Всем до встречи, всем пока. И раз, и два.